5 po można zaczynać. To
10:30, we may start. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at the third Gaz-System Forum. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about the issues related to the development of the Polish gas market. You can see we have many foreign guests. Ladies and gentlemen, some of our presentations today are going to be in English, so if you are interested in interpreting services, please collect the hearing sets. You can see the agenda on the screen. So we'll discuss the major issues related to our services, what does Gaz-System offer, and the current developments on the market, on the Polish gas market. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again. Good morning to the representatives of our clients. Let me welcome our foreign guests, the representatives of foreign companies active on the Polish market. Let me welcome our colleagues from the Czech Republic, Denmark, Ukraine, Slovakia, and colleagues from Lithuania. Hello, good morning. So it's a really international setup, but we need to be so. Let me also welcome the participants that follow us online and via YouTube channel. So anybody who couldn't join us today in the room can follow us online. The agenda today, shortly, and then I will invite a colleague from the Gas Development Division. The major topic will start with the incremental procedure. We will discuss its shape in Poland, but we will also discuss the incremental procedure in Denmark. We have the representative of Energinet, the Danish TSO, so we learn about the Danish plans in that respect. A short presentation on the approaching yearly product auction on the GS platform. Then we move to Ukraine, a presentation on what is happening, what the developments on the Ukrainian market are. We will also discuss with you the plans that we have in Hermanovice and Drozdovice points, since some long-term contracts are close to expiry there. A few words on the new tariff, the current status of affairs, current level of work, and the major plans for the next quarter, what is going to happen. So that is as far as I am concerned, that's as far as the agenda is concerned. And now I voice over to my colleague who will show you the information on what has happened since the last Gaz-System Forum till today. Piotr, the floor is yours for your presentation. Thank you very much. I need to switch the presentation myself, so please give me a moment. Yes, the latest 3 months, however, not that precisely, because I will discuss a bit longer processes that we had on the market. A moment of patience, ladies and gentlemen, since I need to switch from one presentation to another. May I ask for some technical assistance, please?
Jest za dużo otwartych. Które to mamy? A na pulpicie. Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you for your help. Fine. It's my great pleasure to tell you about what has been happening over the previous quarter. However, sometimes we will touch upon some longer processes, not just 1 quarter long processes. First important issues are the network codes that have been put in place on April the 1st. Our transmission network code introduced the end of the temporary measures for the balancing purposes. We have also implemented the mechanism of backup sales, which secures the market against some risky events that may happen on the market. As for the transfer network system, the Yamal pipeline, again, the end of temporary measures for balancing, and we have introduced some more detailed definitions and provisions concerning obligatory stocks, mandatory stocks. The topic concerning how we cooperate with the German system. For quite some time, we've been running activities on having just one auction platform for the interconnections between Poland and Germany. And we've been describing our proceedings already, but these proceedings that was actually finalized in October last year, unfortunately, it was challenged by one of the proceedings participant, and due to procedural reasons, these proceedings will need to be repeated anew. The ACER agency will rerun the new procedure. We are now submitting offers, and this procedure should come to the end on August the 14th, 2019, after the repeated calls. I will not go into details. You will receive these presentations afterwards, but taking into account how the previous proceedings ended, well, unfortunately, we are still unable to offer the bundle products on our western border, which is closely connected with how we've been running the incremental procedure for the last 2 years. So the incremental capacity for the GCP point on the western border. Right now, at the present stage of affairs, we cannot finalize this procedure because we do not have the coordinated decision of the regulators, which means that we are still waiting for the for ACER's decision in order to proceed. The major reason for us to be unable to run such procedure is the fact that we do not have the platform for auction selected. The topic of tariffs, on the 29th of March, the President of the Energy Regulatory Office approved the methodology of defining the reference prices for the gas system network. That's the major news. Plus, let me also announce the gas system is also going to operate the gas inside information platform. That's a platform to publish information, remit regulation information. That will also be related to our tasks as regards monitoring, so our status as PPATs, persons professionally arranging transactions. A few words on the National Plan of Network Development. Right now, we are finalizing the plan to cover 2020-2029. The final arrangements have been completed, and we are heading to the stage of the publication. So we are about to publish the plan. Since we are in the international setup, let me mention a couple of words on our largest international project, Baltic Pipe, that is. The timelines that you perfectly know from the previous Gaz-System Forum. We have the investment decision taken in the previous year, 2019. That's the year of the next stages of the project. But very important piece of information that we would like to share with you as regards this project. April this year, in the European Commission, we signed yet another grant agreement to co-finance our construction work for the Baltic Pipe project. So 217 million. So the Commission has already supported our project at the amount of 266 million euro. Where are we? Well, the administration and permitting. We are collaborating with our foreign partners on running subsequent stages of arranging public consultations for onshore and offshore parts, all documents already submitted. As Mr. Shiracki already mentioned, the surveys that you would like to forward to you, the questionnaires, feedback questionnaires that we would like to forward to you to learn more from your side. And now we voice over to the colleagues who are going to deliver presentation on the incremental procedure.
Może tak? Czy wszystko ok?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marta Zapart-Homa, and I'm representing the Department of Regulations and International Collaboration in the Gas Market Development Division. I was supposed to be here with my colleague. We had this tradition of having a couple of people on stage here presenting the developments, but I am here alone. However, later on I'm going to be joined by Hubert Kabulski. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly, the incremental procedure 2019-2021, that's right ahead of us. As an introduction first, the topic is probably better known to us now than it was 2 years ago. Well, 2 years ago, the NC-CAM was amended at the European level, and it introduced a harmonized mechanism to study the incremental capacity demands. It is a cyclical demand, repeatedly run procedure, the incremental procedure, as we call it. The standardization in this area at the European level, why so, and what has been introduced by this new procedure? Why the manner and the deadlines when the market participants, market players can indicate European operators with the demands for incremental capacities every 2 years. And the NC-CAM mentions that it should happen in the odd years, like 2019, this year. That's why the topic has joined our agenda today. The incremental procedure, what's more, it added the uniform rules for allocated the incremental capacity made available under this procedure. The default mechanism is an auction mechanism, and the principle that the incremental capacity should be offered together with the existing capacity at the offer level. And the third area mentioned or standardized by the incremental procedure are the economic issues. How we analyze the economic viability of the investment, uniform rules for the economic test, applying economic parameters to check the project profitability and have the signal for the final decision of its execution or non-execution. Just to remind you or to explain, the incremental capacity is this capacity that is going to be made available under the incremental procedure execution, and can be an increase of the technical capacity at the existing interconnection points, or a creation of a completely new capacity at the non-existing point or points, or it can be the offer of the reverse flow in places where it has not been offered so far. The assumption is as following. The incremental procedure tests the incremental capacity demand among the neighboring transmission systems or neighboring entry and exit zones. Right here in this picture, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether you've seen it before. However, it's been accompanying us since the NC CAM has been amended and the incremental procedure is in place. Shortly, piece by piece, to show you the idea, the essence behind the process, and then I will focus on the initial part of the process. I mean, that's what's ahead of us starting from July 2019 and a non-binding stage. The procedure provides for closing it within 2 years. The yearly product auction is the start date. This auction will happen July this year, and the end of the procedure happens 2 years later at the yearly product auction, where our capacity is actually offered. We have a non-binding and a binding stage, and the process starts after the yearly product auction, and after that auction, the operators, all TSOs in the EU start the process at the same time, and they inquire the market for the incremental capacity demands. This stage takes 8 weeks. At the end of the 8 weeks, the neighboring TSOs start to analyze the submissions from the users, and after 16 weeks, so it's we end the first 8 weeks in August, and then 16 weeks follow. So in October, the TSOs prepare or develop the report on the incremental capacity demand, joint reports for each borders. TSO offers such reports on their websites, but also all these reports are available on the NSOC website. So you can have a look there in order to check the results of the non-binding stage for entire Europe, because everybody publishes their reports there. And that's the borderline moment, because that's when we decide whether we continue with the procedure or not. If the report if the TSOs decide in the report that the demand is high enough to justify the continuous or further analysis and the incremental project, we move forward to the next stage. If not, if the decision is negative, and the procedure gets closed, and the next window for the demand submissions happens 2 years later. So shortly, what happens if the TSO's report claims that it is justified to proceed with the incremental procedure? Well, if so, we start with technical analysis, we estimate, evaluate the submissions made by market users, and we need to agree upon what volume of incremental capacity needs to be offered. We also start with economic analysis in order to verify the costs of the investment involved. Having the results of those analysis in place, we, together with the neighboring TSOs, we run the initial consultations for the incremental capacity offer. Finally, we prepare a draft version of the investment, and the TSOs then submit their regulators with the applications for the project approval. Regulators have 6 months to proceed on the applications submitted by the TSOs, and they need to take a coordinated decision whether they approve or reject the project altogether. If this stage is closed successfully and we have this coordinated regulator decision, the TSOs publish the final information on the project, and it needs to happen 2 months before the yearly product auction. The market users, market players need to know precisely what the future will bring to them. They will need to know what contractual conditions they would need to follow. And that's the binding stage already, ladies and gentlemen. July, 2 years later, we have the binding stage, the binding allocation of the capacity. The auction is considered as the default solution, or other alternative allocation mechanisms can be applied. However, the regulator needs to approve. The auction ends when the auction ends. We run the economic tests to see whether these binding submissions justify the execution of the project, whether they are sufficient, and then we publish the results of the allocation. And if the economic tests proves positive, that's actually the final stage. It's a feed stage, and the TSOs start with the implementation. So that's what it looks like. And at this stage, both the TSOs and the regulators run really close cooperation.
Well, okay, briefly about what happened 2 years ago, our first incremental procedure back in 2017, in accordance with the requirements of the CAM, immediately after it entered into force, we carried out a non-binding inquiry and market screening to assess the demand for entry-exit capacity at the IP between Poland and Lithuania. And we prepared the demand assessment reports for each entry-exit zone. We estimated the submissions and concluded whether an incremental capacity project should have been initiated for a given zone, and the decision indeed was taken for the border between Poland and Gazprom and the already mentioned project for GCP. Unfortunately, due to the reasons that Director Kush mentioned in his quarterly overview, because of the lack of the coordinated decision for the project at this stage, Gaz-System and Ontras will not offer the incremental capacity in July this year as they were supposed to. And currently, we are analyzing this subject. We are in touch with the regulators and ACER, and we'll see what will happen. But definitely in July, this capacity is not going to be offered on a bundled basis. So CAM is directly binding for us, but also these procedures are reflected in the national network code and the network code for the transit system, both the binding and non-binding phase, and the respective network code provide for the procedure that is applicable for the interconnections between the neighboring transmission systems, and we also can apply this procedure at interconnections with non-EU countries. Another thing, the most important one that is ahead of us in a month and a few days, so this year's incremental procedure and the non-binding assessment of market demand, we are going to carry out starting from the beginning of July. It will exactly start on the 2nd of July and last for 8 weeks, so until the end of August. And another important thing that Hubert is going to discuss in detail after my presentation, namely that Gaz-System is going to carry out the non-binding phase of the incremental procedure based on the GSA platform. So it will be an automated process this time. It used to be simple online form or spreadsheet last time. So in order to make life easier for everyone, for us and for you as well, we implemented a more sophisticated solution this time, but Hubert is going to tell you about it in detail. And we will also indicate the transmission systems that will be covered by this assessment survey as of July the 2nd. The information that we are going to ask about will include the entry-exit system that is concerned by the demand, the period concerned, whether it's one gas year or several gas years. CNA talks about maximum of 15 years capacity booking starting from the commissioning date. And another important information from our perspective is whether in parallel you're going to report or have already reported the same demand to the neighboring TSO, which would allow us to have matching information on both sides and a clear indication whether the project should be implemented or not. And also an information whether your demand depends on the fulfillment of some other conditions, for instance, the availability of capacity along some other interconnection. So this is the kind of information that we will ask you for to indicate through the relevant questionnaire to be made available through the GSA platform. And after this information is received, we'll start working together with our neighbors in order to understand the results collected for the respective border points. And by the end of October, we are going to prepare the demand assessment reports for each entry-exit zone, where we are going to indicate the aggregated results for the expected directions, volumes, and timeframes for which we received indications of the demand. We are also expected to compare the submitted demand with the 10-year development plans or regional development plans. So we have to also demonstrate how the interconnection has been used, or the capacity in the interconnection has been used historically, and whether the TSOs conclude eventually that the incremental procedure should be continued. So at this point, the decision is taken whether we carry on or we conclude at this point. So there is a template for the report in order to make sure that the reports that you will be able to find on NSOC website are consistent and have a uniform format. So that would be all as far as my presentation is concerned. Now I will ask Hubert to tell you more about the non-binding part of the incremental procedure and how Gaz-System is going to tackle it. Maybe before I begin, I would like to ask whether there are any questions to the Marta's part of the presentation. If not, well then I would like to welcome you very warmly. My name is Hubert Kabulski, and I work in the Customers Relation Department of Gaz-System. One of our activities is the management of the GSA platform, and we are involved in the incremental process, but we also develop the platform. And one of the improvements was to add the functionality for the market demand assessment that we would like to carry out based on the platform starting from this year. You know how to get access to the platform. You need to get registered. Once your account is activated by the administrators on our side, you will get access to the procedure and you will be able to take part in it. So there are several steps involved in the process on the part of the operator and the participant of the procedure. There is a special section in the platform for incremental capacity. The TSO, or the operator of a transmission system, has access to this section and may create the interest in that section, and then all customers who expressed an interest can take part in the procedure. And the report is generated, which is downloadable in an Excel spreadsheet form. So this is supposed to facilitate further analysis and the preparation of the demand assessment report. So what are the steps? So we start from the shipper that establishes the relationship with the operator. I will show you in a minute where in the platform exactly you do that. You add a window for the operator and adds a procedure and defines the entry-exit point for the procedure. Then we have the 8 weeks time window during which the shipper, the participant, can report the demand, and then the operator has collected the reports of the demand. So in order to get access, you need to go to the operator section and select an operator. Click an icon with the operator and establish a relationship. So the users from your organization who have access can do that, and the operator gets such a notification, approves it, and from that very moment you have the possibility to report your demand. So this is what the approval looks like. So the system user notified access to market screening, and the operator has to approve them, approve the user. Well, what happens before. You can even apply for access right now. It's even better than during the procedure, just to make sure that everything works properly and you have access to all the functionalities. In the meantime, the operator, the operator may set up the procedure, but it will be launched only as of July the 2nd, or if indeed after the end of the yearly auctions. So if the yearly auctions are prolonged, it will be launched the next day after the end of the yearly auctions. So the operator defines the time window, and once it's opened, the users can take part in the procedure by clicking the questionnaire button and fill out the information, input the information that Marta mentioned. So entry-exit points, volumes, type of capacity, firm versus interruptible, some other conditions and additional information. And a very important question, whether this declaration is also submitted to the neighboring operator, neighboring TSO. This is an important indication for us. It's possible to edit this reported demand during the time window for the procedure. You can update your entry. So it is finalized only after the deadline of the 8 weeks lapses. So then the operator has access to reports concerning every entry-exit point. This can be saved in an Excel format. It's consistent with ENSOC guidelines. So later on, it's quite easy to use in future publications, and it's also easy to run simple data analysis. So this is what we are going to do in July and August. This year, of course, there will be an appropriate announcement on our website, and you are very much invited to take part. Also, the users of our neighboring TSOs are encouraged. We've decided this year that the participation will be free for everyone, and even those who are not on the platform yet. So you are very much encouraged to get involved. Are there any questions regarding this section? I believe everything is clear. Well, thank you very much, Marta and Hubert, for the information on the incremental procedure. And now I would like to invite Joanna Domska from the National Gas Dispatch Division, who will talk about capacity and transmission ability allocation procedures.
Yeah. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanna Domska. In the National Gas Dispatching Division, I belong to the department that's in charge of capacities. Because of the date today, also, I want to elaborate a bit more about the yearly auctions of capacity, July this year. Since gas transmission is not just about interconnectors, I've decided to talk a bit more about capacity allocation. What do we allocate, when, at which points, and how you can win or obtain the capacity or transmission ability allocation. Well, capacity and ability, transmission ability. difference between these two terms. These terms are close to each other, however, they do not mean exactly the same. Actually, the difference here is that the capacity allocation are the physical aspects connected with the actual transmission of gaseous fuel, whereas transmission ability is more connected with trade, with commerce, trading. So capacity and ability, it also translates into the points that can be used if you wish to transmit gas via our system, physical or virtual, that is. Physical points, so our interconnections with distribution systems, with the storage facilities, exit points to end users, connections with the sources, with fields and interconnectors. That's where we mention capacity and maybe sometimes the transmission ability, which is of the same value as capacity, but the virtual points with distribution, with storage facilities, with the gas exchange of bilateral market, in this case, we only talk about the allocation of transmission ability. The points that you can use, they can be divided into interconnectors and internal points. At these points, you can get the right of using them in various ways. For interconnectors, is by means of an auction. By internal points, it is an allocation procedure. So applications submitted or requests submitted to operators informing what capacities you would like to use. The leading theme, the main theme of my presentation today is the auction. So a few words on the auction now. As mentioned previously, auction means interconnectors, that is our connections with neighboring countries, European EU countries and non-EU countries are involved. As for the principles and rules of allocating capacity, it's all defined by the NC-CAM, Capacity Allocation Mechanism, Network Code Capacity Allocation Mechanism, NC-CAM. And this document defines the rules of allocating capacities, a lot of details quoted there and defined there. And NC-CAM defines the deadlines at which certain capacities are offered for individual products, because standard products are defined there, so the duration for which capacity may be made available. Yearly products, and the yearly product auction is approaching. Quarterly product, monthly products, single-day products, and intraday products. For each of these products, the NC-CAM calendar offers deadlines and dates. The yearly product auctions take place once per year, the first Monday of July. Quarterly products 4 times per year. And actually, let me brag a bit, that's the share, or that's the impact of Polish representatives in the NSOC group. At the latest amendment of NC-CAM, we added more frequent quarterly product auctions, because in the past we had just one auction for quarterly products per year. Right now, 4 times per year. So in the first auction we offer 4 quarters, second auction means 3 quarters, so on and so forth. Monthly auctions 1 month before the transmission start, daily product or single day product every day, and intraday products actually every hour, so 24 auctions per day. NC-CAM also defines the mechanism of the auctions. It's an ascending clock auction and for longer products, and the uniform price auction for shorter products. In the ascending clock auction, we apply the incremental steps mechanisms, whereas in the uniform auction, we just have 1 round, and based on the offers submitted for that round, the price for all participants, for all bidders, is defined. The standard products, yearly, quarterly, monthly, daily, and intradaily, they are defined there. Each hour under a product is the same value of capacity. So if you buy a yearly product, all year long you are eligible to the same value of capacity. The same refers to the quarterly and monthly product, but also a single-day product, daily product, and the intraday product is slightly different because that's where we buy capacity at a specific hour, but the start of the transmission is 4 hours later, and it continues until the end of the specific gas day. As I mentioned before, the European Code, the NCCAM, clearly defines the principles according to which we allocate capacity at interconnection points. So points of interconnection with the other EU states. So it's an auction. The maximum duration of capacity allocation is also defined, 15 years, that's the maximum. Operators are also obligated to bundle transmission abilities. It's a bit easier for the market then, because under just one auctions you buy capacity at the both sides of the connections, so the same value at both sides applies. NCCAM also defines how we cooperate with our neighbors. So we define how much of the capacity is going to be made available at every single interconnection point. The principles for defining values to be offered are also clearly defined in NCCAMs. Short-term products should cover at least 10% of the capacity of the transmission capacity. If we define the transmission ability, their maximum level depends on the year for which we defined it. You have 90%, 80% for the subsequent years, as you can see on this slide. Our network COM is a bit broader than the CAM. We translate or transfer the majority of EU regulations and procedures also to the interconnection points that we have with the non-EU countries. However, there is no obligation of bundling capacity there. There is no obligation of arranging together for the volumes offered, and the unbundled product can be offered for 15 years. Actually, I'm a bit ahead of what I was supposed to say, because the bundled and unbundled capacities, if the operators do not agree upon the bundled product for some reason, then the NCCAM only offers the possibility of offering the capacity for 1 year or for the duration of the contract. Bundled products now, this year, the GSA platform, the PWP point, Gaz-System and Gaz-System ISO agreed on the level of the volume of capacity to be offered, and Gaz-System and Net4Gas also a bundled product. Interconnection with the German points unbundled still because of the issues related to the selection or the choice of the platform for that process. The calendar of the auction, the yearly product auction ahead of us, the closest, the publication, the announcement of the products to be offered will take place on the 1st of June, this 1 month before the auction. If necessarily, the yearly interruptible products will be announced, the announcement on July the 8th and the auction on July the 15th. Then the quarterly products follow firm, the auction on August the 5th, all 4 quarters for the next gas year, so starting from October 2019, ending in September 2020, of course broken down into individual quarters. And if needed, if necessary, the interruptible product auction for quarterly product, the announcement on the 26th of August, and the auction on September the 2nd. As I have already shown, we are approaching the yearly product auction and our announcement of the products and our announcement of the offer. What can you expect on Saturday, June the 1st, in the announcement section? As regards the points in the east, Drozdowice, Tietierówka, and Wysokoje, we have full technical capacities for these points, and in line with our transmission network code, the capacity, firm capacity is going to be offered for 15 years. This 10-20% of capacity allocated to quarterly products. This principle is also followed. So that's what the offer is going to look like in those 3 points. That's firm capacity, Hermanowice, interruptible capacity, conditionally firm capacity, still discussions on these issues. Interconnection with the Czech Republic, Cieszyn, firm capacity, and Cieszyn reverse flow, interruptible capacity. Cieszyn is a specific point which has the technical capacity which varies during the year, which fluctuates during the rate. That's why you have this dotted line there, because that's the transmission ability from October until April, and from May to September, the technical ability of these points is lower. And that's how we needed to adjust our yearly products. You do not see it on this graph, but for the first 2 years, 2020 to 2023, we'll have a small product available there under the surrender procedure in line with the European CMB procedure. The surrender procedure started. That's why we have this product in place. The reverse flow interruptible abilities looks just like in the Cieszyn case, 15 years, nothing contracted there yet. It is also our great pleasure to be the operator of the transit pipeline running through our country, and we also organize auctions for the interconnectors there. Malnów, reverse flow, PWP. Malnów reverse, it's entry from the ONTRAS system to the transit system, so the entry from Germany to Poland, PWP point and PWP reverse flow points. Malnów reverse flow only for 1 year because of the problems, issues with the selection of the platform, so an unbundled ability just for 1 year. Interconnection, exit from the transit side and entry to the domestic network. Again, unbundled products with gray areas, gray graphs. It's unbundled at the entry to Poland because of the difference of the contracted abilities. What's been contracted under transit, we make it also available in the country. This blue part are bundled products in line with NCCAM. Kondratki entry, Malnów exit. We are still determining the issues. That's where we have some expiring contracts, and we are trying to work out a solution which will be the possibly best for the market. If we have any information on that matter, we'll of course provide it to you on our website. Interconnection with Germany, but from the domestic system, grid connection point, Gaz-System ONTRAS entry and exit. These points opened in 2015 via the connection of Lasów, Gubin, and Kaminka. Here as well, the same problem as in the Malnów case, no agreement on the platform. That is why only 1 year unbundled capacity, because we have no We have no such contracts on the German side, so there is no room for matching. That is why only capacities for the year 2020. Incremental capacity, as already mentioned, that was supposed to be made available at the DCP point exit. Unfortunately, due to the issues with the platform, it's not going to be available. And CCAM is very clear about the incremental capacity. It needs to be a bundled product, and we have nothing to bundle with. That is why we continue with the unbundled products, and we wait for the developments in the future. The use of the transmission system, it's not only connected with interconnectors. Let me now move forward to the capacity allocation domestically. So interconnections with distribution systems, with the fields, exit to end users, so on and so forth, storage facilities, for instance. Allocation is done on the basis of the application that you submit to us for yearly products. Such an application is submitted in the so-called window, and there is a change of this window. This window has been moved, has been shifted. In the past, it was at the turn of April and May, but now, after listening to the opinions from the market, it has been moved closer to the yearly product auction. And now we start on June the 25th and finalize the process on July the 15th. So we hope that we will now be able to align better the quantities purchased at interconnectors and then transfer them to the domestic side. We offer capacities for the next gas year. You can apply for the yearly, monthly, and quarterly products. But if you do not use this window of opportunity, then your chances are not lost yet. During the year, you can also apply, but not for the yearly product. You can only apply for the quarterly and monthly product, of course. A short summary, a short wrap-up of everything what I've already mentioned. This shifted window, the time from June the 25th to July the 15th, that's the window for applications. Until August the 15th, the operator analyzes the applications. We also may get in touch with the final users to define the final allocations. At the exit point to the end user, if the capacity applied is higher than the actual technical ability, then we need to learn from the final user who should deliver and how much should the specific shipper deliver. The end user has the time for the answer 14 days, and then information on allocated capacity September the 20th.
Korzystanie
As far as internal points are concerned, there is also the possibility to use intraday services. This is a screen from the information exchange system as the sample customer and sample points request intraday project, but it's worth mentioning how this capacity is allocated and then settled. What you see in gray is the capacity allocation at an internal point for longer than daily products, so weekly, monthly, or longer. And the customer has an allocation for such products, plus some additional allocations, nominations were made, and this allocation was exceeded in 2 instances. So that's the maximum nomination per day. So this is the daily allocation for a daily product. So no numbers are requested during the application process, but only after the allocation it becomes known how much capacity has been allocated. As far as transmission, as far as the capacity is concerned, there is a new option introduced to the network code. There will be a separate presentation for that. The forecasts of capacity allocation. This is an option which allows the shipper to book capacity for a longer time horizon than the next year. So this is available for interconnections with storage facilities, distribution systems, domestic deposits, gas fields, and final customers, gas blending plants and nitrogen removal plants. So you can request capacity allocation for the next year and then also book in a way the capacity for the subsequent years. So this can be done at the same time as the annual capacity is applied for. So this can be done both on firm and interruptible basis. And this is what it looks like in the chart. So for the first year, you have capacity booking, and then you have forecasts for the subsequent years. And indeed, this is a forecast for the next 4 years after the immediately next year. But the condition is that this upward trend has to be maintained if you want to have certainly that in the following years to come, so and plus 5 and the subsequent ones, you have guarantee of the capacity. If there are no further questions, I will conclude at this point. Well, we are going to continue with incremental procedure, but in Denmark this time, and this will be presented by Christian Rutherford from the Danish DSO.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for giving me time to speak today at the Gaz-System Forum. The reason why I want to speak here today is to present the incremental capacity process in Denmark. You can say we are, as a gas system, also obliged to use the incremental capacity process based on the NC-CAM, but we are also using this approach to broaden it out to other points in Denmark to make a full analysis of the Danish system. The main reason for this is that you can say that in the future we will have the Baltic pipe going through Denmark, and this is of course a huge change for the Danish system, and we need to be prepared for this. So we want to give our view to how we see the future market in Denmark based on what we know, but we will also give the opportunity for the market to give their opinion and also to give their indications if they see things differently. So you can say, as a TSO, we don't know everything. We know what we know. We know the capacity is current, but we don't know. We might not know everything what happens in all parts of the system, production, offtake, and so forth. So we need to have a full picture of this. So moving forward, you can say that first I will just go slightly through the process that we are obliged to do, because Marta has already gone through it thoroughly, so I don't need to use too many words about this. This is just another way of showing the process that we need to do at the interconnection points. And for Denmark, we only today have one interconnection point, that is the Ellen point between Denmark and Germany, where we are connected to two different TSOs in Germany, Gas Deutschland and Open Grid Europe, and two different pricing areas. So we need to do this process with these two parties, following the NCCAM process, as Marta went through before. So this is what we are obliged to do in any case, this year also. But what we're doing is we're broadening the scope of this to the rest of the system, because as mentioned, we need to have the full view of what will happen when we have the Baltic Pipe implemented in the Danish system, which is the hugest change to the Danish gas system since it was established in the early 80s. We need to know what will happen. So what we'll do is we'll broaden the scope out to the rest of the market by, first we have here on 5th of April, we have forwarded a document to the market explaining our view on how we see the future system in 2022 and beyond. Which capacities do we expect to have? Yeah, our view on this. So what's happening right now is that we have opened up for speaking to potential participants that want to express that based on our document, if they have a different view or if they agree to what we are saying. So we are discussing with different parties to find out if our picture is the right one or if there needs to be done anything different. Next step is that we will prefer for the demand assessment, as Gaz-System also will in their process towards their interconnection points, for the 2nd of July, where we'll forward the material out, just as any other TSO in Europe will for all interconnection points. And then we'll have the joint demand assessment for this period of time, these 16 weeks, as mentioned also before. This will be done, of course, for Elland, as obliged to, but we will do it for all points. So we will not only include Elland as a point, we'll include all the points needed in the Danish gas system. And then we will do the demand assessment reports timely towards the incremental capacity process, but it will be done not only for Elland, but for all points. So you can see, broaden the scope of the incremental process compared to what we are obliged to. So this is just a view on what the material looks like. It can be downloaded via this link to our website. I will suggest that to download it, it goes through the you can say the Danish system, and it explicitly mentions the Baltic Pipe also. On the other side here, we can see what a table that is part of the material, where we see the expected capacities. So this is based on our best knowledge right now. What are the capacities we expect at each point? And as you can see, we have 2 points that are specifically interested for this audience, I guess, is the entry Europipe 2 and the exit Faxe, which are the points in the Danish system that commercially is part of the Baltic Pipe. And these capacities you see here correspond to the 10 BCM capacity that is known from the project. One important message here is also that this capacity, these are the views that we see, but they are, as mentioned, we don't see everything. So we are right now talking to parties to understand if this is correct. And we will also use the non-binding phase to find out if there are shippers that see a different view and see that capacities need to be, you can say, allocated differently. So you can say these are not capacities carved in stone forever. So they will be, you can say, they can be shifted based on demand. So if we have serious demand indications for a point, that could affect, it could mean that we need to increase one point and decrease other points. But our, you can say, our general view right now is that this is the picture that we expect. So, but we would like to encourage that if somebody here, also in Poland, this is also the reason why I'm here. I'll also like to invite you to come and participate if you see need for indicating that the capacity of the Baltic pipe needs to be, you can say, continue to be at these levels or not. So key messages is that we have prepared material on capacities on the future system after 2022, where the Baltic pipe is established, and we are inviting the Danish market participants to come and to participate. We're also inviting you. If you are interested, you're also welcome to contact me. You don't have to be a shipper in Denmark to indicate your non-binding. I think it's important that we have all views on the table now, so we can plan in a timely manner. So this capacity material is used to invite the market for this, and we'll run the incremental capacity at Elland in parallel with the incremental capacity for the whole Danish system. So it's important for us to collect this knowledge at this point in time to make sure that we are in timely manner, make sure that the capacities are there for the market in terms of the demand. And we need to include the Baltic pipe. I have to say the Baltic pipe is not, you can say, at this point in time, it's not established yet. So it's not a legal reason that we are including the Baltic pipe. You can say we don't have to. We're not obliged to, at this point in time, not before the point is actually established, to include it in the incremental. But we think it's important to make sure that we have the right signals. So we have chosen to ourselves to include it in our internal view. Yeah, so that's the reason. That's why we've included the Baltic pipe. Are there any questions to this? Doesn't seem so. But please, my email address is at the bottom of this slide. If you have any questions or want to be a part of the incremental process in Denmark, please feel free to write me. Yeah?
Dziękujemy bardzo. Nie ma pytań.
Thank you very much. There are no questions, so we will have a longer break and maybe there will be an opportunity to ask questions on a more informal basis. Mr. Kush mentioned that we have a questionnaire that we expect you to fill out. This is quite important for us because thanks to this questionnaire, we will be able to prepare the program of the next workshop according to your expectations. There will be a draw of a prize, so this should encourage you even strong.
Myślę, że powoli już wszyscy dochodzą z przerwy.
I think we are all back now. The first presentation after the break by Stanisław Brzęczkowski, the rules of procedure for Hermanowice and Drozdowice points, IPs. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will talk today about something which actually exists or will exist and something that we need to consult with you. And since this direction is nearly covered by the EU, this area is also nearly covered by our procedure. Drozdowice, Hermanowice, 2 IPs. Drozdowice, I would like to try to explain for how long it has been in operation. Well, actually, it's 1946 that the gas flow started there. Lwów, Przemyśl, Stalowa Wola was the pipeline that existed first, so it was 1946. And so actually, really long story there, much earlier than the EU itself. Drozdowice, constructed in the 60s and 70s. That's where we executed the deliveries from the gas pipeline, which continues via the Czech Republic and Slovakia. That is why it's really difficult to state when it all started. There are really high trees around, as you can see on this photograph, so probably it has existed for pretty long. Our history as gas system started 15 years ago, nearly as long as we've been in the EU. So the agreement between gas system and Untrangas is only from 2006. Earlier on, all aspects were just technical annexes to the bilateral agreement, bilateral contract. Another point that I want to discuss today is Hermanowice, much shorter history, although also slightly connected with the EU. This station was constructed on our side of the border at the same interconnection, and then an idea arose that these border points of the EU should be erected in the EU. That is why we had this station, this twin station, and it helped to control the quantities of flows and the measurements offered by the station located on the other side of the border. In mid-2012, our partners from Utrans, they approached us asking a question: wouldn't it be possible to have physical gas transmission in the direction of Ukraine, towards Ukraine? After some brainstorming around August, end of August 2012, an arrangement was made that these two stations could collaborate. Those two stations from those on those photographs, the three gas lines between them, two gas pipelines used for the direction towards Poland. In the third one, you can measure it on the territory of Poland and then sent to Ukraine. That is why November the 1st, 2012, we started the physical transmission of gas to Ukraine, and we are the first EU state which started the different direction of the gas flow. So we started we started the transmission from the west to the east rather than from the east to the west. Others followed us, the Hungarians, Slovakians, with slightly bigger capacities. Well, the history of this point, that's a different story. A lot could be said. Well, unless in your feedback questionnaires you point out that you want to hear more about our history, then we'll follow your request. But coming back to the current situation. We have 2 points, entry point Drozdowice and exit point Hermanowice. In Drozdowice, we have only flow from Ukraine to Poland. It's a historic contract there, you know, between whom and whom historically. The billings are done based on the meter readings. It's a traditional point, like in the old times, as regards its operation and contracting. Hermanowice, slightly new. Flow from Poland towards Ukraine, capacity booking. Some of you use this point, which we like. Capacity booking on our GSA platform, only on our side. Allocations according to nominations, so nominations are approved and with the daily execution then. However, this point is nearly EU point, so these daily executions follow nominations. However, the monthly quantities are adjusted against meter reading. So we have this operator account there in a monthly cycle. That's how it is. However, since we are to consult something, there are some changes approaching. And why? Well, there are some expectations of market players and a lot of requests and questions from Poland, from Ukraine, and via the Ukrainian operator. The market players would like to use these points a bit more, reverse flows, EU terms. Another fact is that the market evolves on both sides of the border. We have like over 100 shippers. Yesterday we talked about the market in Ukraine. Around 200 shippers interested. At least some of them interested. So there is a motivation. There is some incentive for change. Starting from January 2020, some issues also change on the Ukrainian side. The current contract expires, and there is a room for changes then. We also have the Treaty on Energy Community, a treaty among countries that are non-EU countries, neighboring countries, basically, that voluntarily decided they liked the EU rules and they decided to implement these rules. They have their internal documents very similar to EU network codes, and Ukraine declares it would like to follow these EU-based rules as well. So there are many reasons to increase the level of the EU impact on the rules. What do we want to suggest, to propose? In Hermanowice, not much to chase. The give up of the monthly adjustments resulting from the meter readings. So we'll have the nomination, the execution, which equals nomination and no adjustment. We had some amendments in the Polish law, and that is why we can offer this solution right now. Another issue, a bit more important and required, reverse flow services. In Hermanowice, it's going to be an interruptible product. And again, execution equals nomination. Much bigger changes we would like to suggest for Drozdowice. We make it a bidirectional point towards Poland, physical flow, but we also want to have a contracted reverse flow to Ukraine. Execution in line with nomination, transmission in energy units, and the gas day from 6 to 6. Capacity, a bit more challenging here because we want to offer firm and interruptible capacity here. Yearly, quarterly products according to NCCAM. Still, another challenge involved with NCCAM, I mean bundled capacity from Ukraine to Poland, because bundled is only firm, of course. So this product is a challenge indeed. Some of you already know the bundled product, bundled capacity is connected with the fact that on the both sides of the point we need to have the same entity, and this bundled capacity needs to be offered in this range, which has not been booked on either of the sides. So July the 1st, we have the capacity auction. We will offer, for the time being, unbundled capacities or the entry from Ukraine. So if there was a need to have an unbundled product on the Polish side, well, I think that the solution, good solution at these auctions would be to book this unbundled on the Polish side only. If everything goes in line with the plans, in line with the scenario, that will be practically the last auction to buy unbundled products on the Polish side. As mentioned already, we offer capacities on the GSA platform. Such a proposal, such a suggestion is submitted to our Transgas colleagues, because one platform should operate on both sides. That's again in line with EU rules. We hope that here we will not have the same story as at the western border. Well, the jurisdiction is different here. There is a challenge also with Ukrainian regulations. The auction is planned there only if there is over demand, so more demand than supply. But this platform in the first round actually can be treated as a platform for booking, for submitting demands. And if we have the over demand, we move forward to the auction solution. This element is a bit of a challenge, but we do hope we'll find a good solution to make it as beneficial for you as possible. To sum up, we are going to have 2 points, Hermanovice, with the firm capacity, conditional, so interruptible conditional firm, and reverse flow. Drozdowice, firm capacity, interruptible capacity, as so far, and interruptible reverse in the other direction. A motivating element, an incentive for using the interruptible capacity in Drozdowice reverse flow gets the coefficient 0.2, so Drozdowice is going to be much cheaper than the exit via Hermanovice, which is logical. First use the reverse flow, reducing the physical flow, and only then opt for the actual physical solution and having the parallel flows of gas at the same time, but just in different directions. What next? What's next? What's next? I hope there will be some comments. And if you are silent, we will assume it as your approval. Then we have this period of the bilateral agreements, amendments to the understanding. We will then define the final rules and re-executions. When we are successful together, we will then together announce the rules and principles, and we'll probably then inform about the start date. The first idea is January 2020 about the date, but there are also some signals that maybe it should be earlier than January 2020. We have the gas year, the 1st of October. However, it is a challenge because before October you have a holiday season, which makes work more difficult, plus some other contractual conditions, and all that is around. But if we make the announcement, we announce the date, and then we'll offer proper capacities, and then we'll invite you to submit nominations. The world will be beautiful, comfortable, really easy, nice flow between Poland and Ukraine. The perspectives, really good. That is all as far as my presentation is concerned. Are there any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Feel free to ask questions. All right. So you as a market, you accept this solution, as I understand. So we have the mandate to negotiate the understanding and agreement. Cool, great. You are with us.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Ms. Agneta Kutselim from Transgaz, the Ukrainian TSO, who will share the Ukrainian perspective.
Invitation and possibility to participate in this meeting. My name is Agneta Kutselim. I'm representing Commercial Dispatching Division of Transgaz, and I'll be talking today about Ukrainian gas market and Ukrainian gas transmission and storage system. So, as you know, Ukrainian gas transmission system is one of the largest systems in Europe, and Transgaz at the moment is the operator of gas transmission and storage system. So in this slide you can see the main technical parameters of the system. It includes more than 70 compressor stations, 11 storages with total capacity more than 30 BCM. So the entry capacity to the system is about 296 at the entrance and 146 at the exit. So we can say that Ukrainian gas transmission system is a reliable and flexible system which gives all our shippers possibility to transport gas, to store it in our storages, and also we are a reliable partner in providing transit services. So in the next diagrams we can see the main indicators of our transit and transportation work. You can see comparison with previous years, and you can see that the transit for the last 3 years was more than 80 BCM, so it was a very high indicator. Below you see the transportation work of Ukrainian transmission system and comparison of transportation for Ukrainian consumers and the transit to European countries. I'd like to mention some main regulatory achievements done by Ukraine and namely by Transgaz for the last years. In 2015, the law on natural gas market aligned with the directive. EU directive was adopted in Ukraine. We started to work based on the norms of the gas transmission code, and where the main requirements of the third energy package were transposed. As a result, the number of internal shippers grew up to 300 active shippers. We have more than 700 framework agreements inside the country, so we see the interest inside the country to transportation services, and about 10 companies, international traders, opened their offices like Trafigura, Med, or NG, and started to book our services. Also, the number of independent importers grew for the last years, up to 70. And I'd like to add that the share of Naftogaz decreased, and the commercial market is free for shippers from Europe, Ukrainian shippers, and these reforms gave this possibility. Also, improved interconnectivity with our interconnection points with Slovakia, Poland, and Hungary. Also, we provide such a service of customs warehouse. As I mentioned before, the capacity of our storages is huge, so we can provide the service where the shipper can inject gas into gas storage and up to 3 years not to pay customs duties and taxes. For non-residents, this opportunity and this service is very, I think, interesting. And now we have the interest from more than 20 companies in this service. Daily balancing. We switched to daily balancing in March this year, and I tell you some in detail about daily balancing a bit later. New services. We are working with a regulator on establishing of the tariffs for short hauls service. I think in July we will have these new tariffs and we'll provide this to our clients. And the very important next step to be done by the end of this year, because as you know, the transit agreement ends in December, is the unbundling process, and we're in this process is in progress. The TSO LLC was created this year. At the moment, we are making all our best to move the assets, the personnel, to the new operator. According to our plan, it will start operation in January 2020. Key indicators of our market, demand and supply, are illustrated in the slide. You see the domestic consumption more than 30 BCM, and fuel gas production and transmission about 3 and 7 in 2018 in comparison with previous years. Also, you can see that comparison of domestic production and import from EU countries, comparison with previous years, and I'd like to admit that starting from 2016, there is no import from Russian Federation, and all imported gas comes via interconnection points from Slovakia, Hungary, and Poland. And in detail, the number of importers, how grew during these years, share of Naftogaz, that Naftogaz is not the leader. For each interconnection point, the volumes of gas imported to the territory of Ukraine. And now I want to stop at the daily balancing process, because it was very important for our market. Maybe you read that it was postponed several times. And finally, in March 2019, we launched our information platform, and our market switched to daily balancing. And and shippers now can more precisely regulate their withdrawals, and you see the comparison of positive and negative imbalances in January, February, March, and in April. Of course, it was the change of the season, but you can see that suppliers are seeing in the information platforms within the day the withdrawals of their consumers, because the daily balancing in Ukraine is done up to the end consumer. In the platform, each client can see withdrawals of their consumers, forecast figures, and final figures. We call it initial and final allocation. And they can balance their portfolios during the gas day using our storages and during the process of renomination. What has changed when we switch to daily balancing? Now we have electronic form of the primary documentation. Because before electronic platform, a lot of documents were in paper. It was not very convenient for the clients. And now they can submit renominations via the platform. They can see information exchange of gas intakes, offtakes of their consumers to see their portfolios. All the documentary for accounting comes via platform, the acts, the invoices. So it was very positive step for our clients. Also, centralized and regular collection of physical data on operation of the gas transmission system. We collect in the system data from all our physical entry and exit points. And we balance between gas transmission and our underground storage facilities. As I mentioned before, we are in the process of unbundling. We established SSO branch, storage system operator, and TSO branch, transmission system operator. And at the moment, 2 branches are operating and are balanced between. So the daily operation is synchronized. And what are our future steps? Because we understand we have a lot of work to do in introduction, new amendments into the code, into our transportation and storage framework agreements. So we are on the way of capacity allocation because a colleague said that we do not have auctions at the interconnection points because there is no congestion. So all nominations are confirmed if the adjacent operator confirms the possibility to import gas. So we are working and observing the platforms to launch the capacity allocation process and auctions. We are still improving our information platform. Want to introduce allocation agreements, a balancing group, and balancing of PSO portfolios. It's the shippers who are obliged by the government to of public service obligation to deliver gas to population, to households and religious organizations. Also, we started cooperation inside the country with our Ukrainian exchanges, trading platforms, and of course, practical uses of optimizing the work of the system because the amount of data is huge. Every day, more than 200 nominations from our clients, and every day a lot of renominations. And of course, the start of the independent information platform of our storage system operator. So that was brief information on our gas transmission system, our achievements, and our next steps to be fulfilled. Thank you for attention, and any questions?
Eric Holster, Net4Gas. I have one question regarding the unbundling, because that's an issue that sort of comes up in the media quite a lot. And as far as I know, there's been sort of different models of unbundling being discussed also within Ukraine. Is there right now a consensus of what unbundling model will be used from 1st of January 2020? I think about sort of ownership unbundling, ITO models and so forth, or it's still something being discussed?
Yes, there is a lot of discussions in the media about the model of unbundling by our management, and of course with Naftogaz was chosen ISO model, independent system operator, and we started in line with this model to perform all the necessary steps, but there is still proposition and from the Cabinet of Ministers to change it to OU model, to unbundling ownership, but it is the question of discussion because there is, as you know, there are still cases in Stockholm between Naftogaz and Gazprom, so there are some points for and against this model ownership unbundling in order to continue the processes in the court. So I can say that what will be the final model by the end of the year, but TSO branch and TSO LLC is created, and now we're doing all to transfer, as I said, assets and personnel, and technically we plan to start it operation in July and till the end of the year to do all necessary from commercial and dispatching point of view. But still, unbundling model is the discussion between Naftogaz and Cabinet Ministry.
And then a question on, there are some European TSOs that are working with you at this point in time. Can you maybe say a little bit about that cooperation and how you view that?
TSOs?
Yeah.
We, as I said, we cooperate with Slovakian, Polish, and Hungarian TSOs. We have interconnection agreements and unbundling for
yeah, I
exactly
think
for
there was
unbundling.
sort of in the media this about sort of a consortium of TSOs that where some sort of framework agreement has been signed.
My colleague adds that we have consultants from PwC and they are participating in the process of cooperation with other TSOs. I'm not ready to answer what it will be cooperation between new TSO and adjacent system operators by the end of the year because it depends on who will be the system operator from Ukrtransgaz. Because now the license for transportation and storage is Ukrtransgaz and the TSO branch is under Ukrtransgaz. And when TSO will be fully unbundled, certified with the license, a new interconnection agreement, for example, will be done with adjacent system operators. But still, we're working till the end of the year. Ukrtransgaz is responsible for the transit and commercial and technical dispatching are done by Ukrtransgaz. Because there is still a question from the previous about unbundling model.
Thank you.
Czy może mają Państwo jeszcze pytania?
Maybe do you have any further questions? If not, thank you.
Witam Państwa serdecznie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I'll start with introducing myself. My name is Andrzej Nachrebecki, and I'm the manager of the transmission contracts unit within the gas market development division. So our job is mainly to execute transmission agreements, but also we execute capacity allocation documents. And today I would like to focus on the execution of capacity forecasts, which is quite a novel thing because it's only from the beginning of April that the new network code has been in force, and this new network code has brought along the capacity forecasts and concept. So there will be three major sections in this presentation. First, how this mechanism is going to function and what it's all about. In the second section, I'm going to describe the formal requirements that will have to be fulfilled in order to take part in such a procedure. And finally, I will describe the procedure in the information exchange system. And there will be the fourth section dedicated to your questions, which you may ask today and later on, if you want to follow up on something, you can inquire with your key account managers. So who is this mechanism addressed to? So what are the entities, the parties, and the points that are concerned? Well, as far as the parties are concerned, these are interconnected system operators, including those which have physical connection points, including distribution system operators and storage system operators, also the operator of the regasification installation, the LNG terminal, and the second group are final customers, so physical exit points from the transmission system to the final customer. So when you can apply for the so-called PPP, that is the capacity allocation forecast. So there are very clear indications. First opportunity is the time window when capacity is made available. It has changed this year, and we are going to open this time window on July 25th, and it will last until June 25th until July 15th. And the forecast will be processed during the same time window. And the second opportunity is when you apply for capacity allocation, you can open up one-off time window and apply for capacity allocation and for capacity forecast at the same time.
What is the capacity allocation forecast? What it is and what it is not? Well, it is not a capacity allocation as such, although we guarantee the allocation for a specific year. The three major differences are as follows. Each forecast, its capacity allocation forecast needs to be confirmed in capacity allocation. I, of course, mean the yearly capacity allocation. I mean, capacity allocation is just yearly, whereas the forecasts are quarterly based. Of course, they can apply to 1 year, but only if you use 4 quarters when you have the year. Yearly capacity allocation is only granted for the next gas year, R+1, whereas capacity forecast is granted for years to follow, up to 5 years. It's like prolonging the booking of capacity for the next 4 years. Of course, it all needs then to be confirmed under the capacity allocation procedure. 16 gas quarters can be covered by the 16 subsequent gas quarters can be covered. And remember, they need to be subsequent, no breaks in between. Over the 4 gas years after the year for which the capacity allocation has been granted. The value of capacity for a specific quarter cannot be lower than 2 values that I will quote in a moment. The first value needs to be at the level of a capacity allocation that has recently been granted. It's like Joanna mentioned. However, forecasting the capacity allocation at the level at which it has already been granted is unreasonable. So we actually focus on capacity increase when forecasting. Another case is submitting forecasts for the quarters to follow, and again the incremental, the growing principle should be applied. So the focus of capacity allocation is not a tool for the seasonal profiling of capacity allocation. It should be increasing or should stay at the same level. Have a look, you have broke down into quarter 1, 2, 3, incremental, growing, quarter 4, retaining at the same level. Remember, it's a mechanism created for in order to meet the needs of the operators so that we can effectively forecast your future demand in the network. But it's also a mechanism for you when you are practically sure you will have some increased demands in the years to come. How to change the capacity allocation forecast? Of course, it's possible both upwards and downwards. And it's worth remembering a change may only happen during the procedure. During the procedure, you can repeatedly submit a request for both increasing or reducing the capacity allocation forecast. The limitations are exactly the same as earlier on. I mean, if there are no technical possibilities, or if there are some contractual limitations of the operator, in those two cases, no possibilities of increasing the forecast will be available. As for the reduction, well, actually forecasting is for increasing, but if you want to reduce, it is possible, because sometimes you simply may make a mistake with your forecasting, but we have some tolerance level, tolerance threshold, 5%. If you fit the 5% tolerance threshold, no financial consequences follow. If you exceed this 5% tolerance, there are some costs involved. It's called a motivating, incentivizing mechanism. Stanisław often mentions it. Well, there are two charges for not being in line with the forecasting. This less painful is for reducing the capacity allocation under the procedure. So you are aware that after you are aware that you've contracted or you forecasted too much. However, this reduction is going to be higher than 5%. Well, you opt for the reduction, and the cost of this reduction is a bit smaller than waiting until to the next capacity allocation. The first charge is calculated only once per year. When you've decided to reduce your forecast by more than 5%, it is calculated 30 days or up to 30 days after the entire procedure, and it's based on various percentage ratios. So if this forecast refers to R+2, so the nearest year, then this charge is going to be higher rather than when it refers to years R+4, for instance. Another charge is a charge for off-spec capacity allocation. You haven't managed to reduce your forecast, you receive the allocation, and then a change appears. This is subject to a charge, of course. As you can see, this charge is higher. It's 10%, and it's imposed monthly. Every month you are not in line with the capacity, you are charged month by month. But of course, the 5% tolerance threshold for forecasting always applies. Another part of my presentation about the storage system operator and distribution system operator. If they want to use this forecast approval process, they need to sign an annex to the interoperator transmission contract. It is a simple contract and a simple annex that you will find on our website next week. I think not too many contractual obligations there. I mean, the process is going to be described there, and I don't consider this contract to be too complicated. A bigger issue is about end users, because we talk about something completely new in the case. I mean, the understanding with gas system that the end users usually don't have. We need to sign such an understanding or an agreement with gas system if you want to make use of the forecasting element. It's a completely new document. There is no template available on the website. It's a case-by-case shaped document. So please get in touch with us if you are interested. Unlike capacity allocation, I mean, capacity allocations for end users are signed by shippers on behalf of end users. However, forecasts needs to be contracted by end users individually themselves. So a contract first, and then the registration in the information exchange system. So for forecasting, the end user must be personally involved, unlike with the allocation as such. The procedure of forecasting capacity allocation forecast is going to be very similar to the capacity allocation as such. The information exchange system, registration as a user based on the proxies issued, proxy documents issued by your companies. If you are not the user of our system, you will need to register first and then deliver us the proxy documents. A formal requirement here, if you apply for the capacity allocation forecast, you need to have the understanding agreement with gas system first. For end users, this is an agreement. For DSOs, it is also an agreement, but it will take a form of an annex to the contract. However, this annex will be a little bit independent from the interoperator transmission contract, ITC. Proxy documents I mentioned already. You will also have an opportunity to import data from the Excel files, just like it happens in the case of the capacity allocation process. And the next facility, you will be able to copy capacities. I mean, you can copy your capacity allocation as granted, and you will also have the possibility of copying the recently approved forecast. So copy, paste, or import the data from the previously granted solution. It's going to be possible as well. And a practical view, have a look to the last capacity forecast section with formal agreements available there. And here you can press the button, enter the PPP application, and actually the procedure is very similar to the actual capacity allocation procedure. Deadlines and dates also align. So that's shortly about the topic. The topic is new, so I'm sure there will be some questions from you. Please feel free to ask whatever comes up. Thank you. A few words of introduction as far as I am concerned, and treat my question. Well, it's something new for us. The topic is new for us, and we want to understand each other well. My name is Daniel Borkowski. I'm a legal counsel. We want to really understand what it offers for us, the forecasting. So 5 items: who, what, how, when, and for how much. The regulatory conditions of a comprehensive agreement mention as who. So under the comprehensive agreement, the selling party operates on behalf of the client, and the client would like to know how to behave towards the forecast since they sign an agreement. And here a question. This agreement may collide with the comprehensive agreement or comprehensive contract. Then what? In the perspective of recent 20 years, I've been in the gas sector for 20 years, so I may say I know how this sector evolved and developed. Starting from the connection power capacity, then contracted capacity, then we change it into PP, capacity allocation, in connection with ability allocation. And now it's about market forecasting, so that we all find ourselves in the proper way on the market, so that we avoid the situation that we have on the energy market. That's why I ask this question. What is guaranteed to me? That's my question. From the perspective of the operator, the seller and the client, everybody knows, everybody wants to know what the rules are, what the provisions are and principles are. So I used to work at PG and IG, so I know different aspects of this story. I know the needs of the network. I know that the network wants to forecast and factor the future. I want my shippers to define their demands. So, and also at the end of the day, the end user needs the gas to be duly delivered. Because as I understand this presentation, what is guaranteed for me, what is the last approved capacity allocation for the last full year of procedure, if I understand correctly. Does it mean connection capacity as well, or is it elsewhere? A question appears. I have 100 of connection capacity. I order 95. And in a certain year, I have the reduction of production to 50, for instance. And this 50, is it a guaranteed capacity, or still 95, or still 100? It's about the forecasting, the system operation. Should we maybe try to answer all these the questions asked so far? Well, as for the capacity forecast, you need to indicate clearly that it is a non-obligatory procedure. It is an extra procedure directed to these clients who already know that in quite some time, R+2, R+3, they already know that they will have some need for increased capacity. If we have a capacity allocation and the next procedure for capacity allocation, it guarantees us the capacity at the level of 100, and it is guaranteed for at least this actually unlimited number of years. So your capacity allocation that you get for 100 at the allocation point, at the allocation time, is already a guarantee of next allocations at the same level. The forecasting procedure is to guarantee to you that you will get allocation for 150 after 8 quarters or in 16 quarters. So after 4 years ahead, because on the basis of today's allocation, you cannot have a guarantee of increase. And how about this 50 that I mentioned? Well, it happened that I reduced the capacity to 50. It used to be 100. Do you have a capacity allocation? Yeah, last year I reduced the volume to 50. Well, as for allocation, you already purchased a product. That's something different. If that was just forecasting for 100, if we talk about allocation, it's just your decision. You just submit the application for the next years. But if it's a forecast for R+2 at the level of 110, I mean, there is a difference between the allocation in this case, and you need to apply for the capacity and you only offer 50, then you are not in line with your forecast, so it would be unprofitable. But if last year I offered 50, this year I want 100, well, if last year you booked 50 and your capacity is 50 and now you order 100, well, you have no guarantee you will get such capacity. We will analyze the application technically and we will see. If you forecast it earlier on as 100, then you would have a guarantee of getting 100 next year. And how does it refers to the connection capacity guaranteed under technical conditions? I want to refer the situation to the mechanism of what is happening after capacity allocation. The forecast itself does not refer to the connection contract. So, contractual capacity. Well, my suggestion would be to consider it because it is a really significant issue for the stability and reliability of deliveries. Well, what I can promise to you, this product's mechanism actually is new. It is not based on network code, transmission network code, or energy law. It is our own gas system project. We've just implemented it. Chances are it's going to evolve in the future, thanks to you as well. We will see how it works, how it operates in real terms. We are open to reshaping it in the future. Well, my assessment, it's a really good solution for the market, meeting the demands of the market. However, I raise certain topics for discussion.
Bo teraz w tym momencie
Well, let me now move on to the next question. Well, let's say we sign the agreement and there is a certain dual situation. We have the comprehensive agreement and at the same time we may have transmission contract and we have this agreement, and the question is, how are we supposed to behave? Me as the customer, I ordered something that may affect the comprehensive agreement with my supplier. Well, I do agree. This is a question to be sorted out with the customer and the party that contracts the capacity. So to avoid a situation when you submit the forecast and there is a different nomination and the fee for non-compliance with the forecast is charged on you. Well, my suggestion is not to multiply different agreements and contracts because there might be collisions or contradictions between themselves. Well, for the time being, we don't have any contractual arrangements. in most cases. So this is quite important. I understand this is not the right forum for discussion, but just a simple suggestion. Yes, we do take all the suggestions into account, and we are going to consider them. And then the final question, when? What has happened in the market since 2012? I'd say when we introduced the codes and certain products, we split the markets. The commodity market is operating according to certain seasonality, and the transmission market operates according to gas years, and there is a certain challenge involved. Of course, it comes from the EU, but we would like to suggest that you try finding a compromise among different parties. The customer has to operate according to the business environment and market environment. For instance, say the market for nuts or bolts, and the contracting periods could be different for nuts and bolts than for gas supply. And the products that have been introduced according to CAM are quite rigid in this respect, and maybe it would be possible to order on a daily basis, or for say 1 year in 7 days, or 1 year in 12 days. This would be already a long-term product which is guaranteed. Of course, the customer is obliged to extend this product, and the operator is secured in terms of revenue, because according to CAM definitions, it's long-term capacity. Would it be possible at all from your perspective? Well, as far as interconnectors are concerned, definitely not. But when internal points are concerned, this is a question to be sorted out during discussions concerning amendments to the network code. So probably not for today, but at the time of next approach, I do invite you to a discussion. Well, it's very nice that you approach the market with something new, some new proposal, and for those customers who already know that for 3 years they are going to order certain volume, this is a beneficial solution. Do you have any questions concerning this part? Yes, there is a question. Tomasz Leonek, Hermes Energy Group. As a comment to Daniel Borkowski's statement, it would be nice to coordinate it with DSO and look at it from the end customer's perspective, which is probably quite predictable for you, and it would give a great comfort for those who operate on respective markets. Your revenue is going to be secured anyway, so it would be nice to have something like that for the benefit of the end customers, and the solutions which are a simple pass-through of the principles that apply to interconnectors are not always the most convenient ones for end customers. And also referring to the first question, when we have conditions, connection conditions issued for 100% capacity, and the first allocation of capacity is 50%. Does it mean that automatically, regardless how much time has elapsed since the issuance of the conditions, we automatically lose the capacity that has been allocated in the connection conditions, or is there a certain time period for which we reserve the right to use this capacity? I wouldn't like to mislead you. Independently of the capacity allocation forecast, if you have this capacity guaranteed in the agreement, definitely you have the right to access to this capacity. I would prefer to discuss on the basis of the capacity allocation, which is a formal document and the primary document. And I invite you to contact us directly as the contracting division. Well, this whole mechanism is has been conceived as something that should support you. It is driven by our internal needs, but also it's been fine-tuned so that it acts to your benefit. And I'm aware that it's not a perfect solution, but it's something that goes beyond the current regulations, apart from the network code, which we define ourselves in coordination with the regulator. This is a mechanism that we conceived internally, and we'll see how it works and how it can be improved. Do you have any further questions regarding this part? Please do introduce yourself. Well, I understand that this system assumes that the market and the system volumes are going to increase infinitely, but there is no such option at a certain point, at least, is going to disappear, or some plants are going to be moved. So I understand that your intention is to focus the demand from the system as a whole, but maybe you are overlooking this aspect which I mentioned. You mean what aspect? Well, that at a certain point of consumption, off-take point, the demand may disappear or be reduced. Well, this is definitely taken into account, but you can only focus upwards according to your assumptions. Yes, but this is an non-obligatory procedure. This is a risk of the customer or the DSO to use this forecasting mechanism. Well, honestly, if this solution is supposed to give you an indication of the future demand, it should also allow me to report a termination of a certain demand. Well, of course, we could refine the system so to accommodate for such aspects, but I think in such case you would simply not present the forecast. Well, this did not seem obvious to me based on what you presented. Well, I'm a representative of the end customer, Leszek Palać, from Energetic and CHP division. Well, the lawyer before said that the forecasting is quite convenient for you because you may plan your development, but for years N+1, N+2, N+5, the customer cannot always foresee what is going to happen in 2 or 5 years, and it could be quite cumbersome for the customer to forecast gas demand or consumption, and it is going to be a challenge for us, and assuming that our consumption level is constant, I understand we don't have to forecast anything. But if we expect some growth, we should apply for such a forecast. And if we expect a reduction, what then? Are we supposed to give you some indication of this reduction? And there is some uncertainty on our side whether we are going to have our capacity, original capacity level recovered. So my request to you would be to also incorporate these considerations into this mechanism. As I mentioned, it's quite a considerable risk, and for those entities that would opt for using this mechanism, perhaps in the future is going to be refined in that manner, but it's not some kind of a golden tool, I must reiterate, which will be useful for everyone, and every customer is going to submit forecasts for the next 5 years to come. It's a supporting mechanism in case when you have maybe not 100% certainty, but you can be quite confident or sufficiently confident to run the risk, and you can afford to do it. Is there any final question to Andrzej regarding this section? If there aren't any, thank you then.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I represent Finance Division, the Tariffs Department, and I've coming straight from the Energy Regulatory Office, where we are finalizing the tariff for year 2020. So I'm hoping to share some very latest information with you. We are now about to finalize the process, the tariff process for years 2020-2022. Gaz-System defined the methodology for the calculation of the reference prices. There were respective consultations which lasted for 2 months between August and October 2018. The company collected just a few responses from network users. Consultation was fully successful. ACER issued fully full approval, fully approving opinion for the methodology, and the regulator also approved our methodology by the end of March this year. So these consultations cover the following elements. First, the model for the calculation of the entry-exit charge under the currently applicable tariff, and the one that is going to be in force for the next 3 years. There is no variable charge. The cost structure, recoverable costs, respectively, entry and exit are split 45-55%. There are discounts for UGS users and also discounts for interruptible products. This is the most significant change in the tariff. There are some seasonal multiplier and coefficients, and there is also 100 discount for the entry point from the LNG terminal. As I mentioned before, there was a slight reduction. It's not a revolutionary change, but there has been a slight reduction of the level of multipliers and coefficients. So these services are going to become cheaper as of the beginning of next year. And the level of discount applied for interruptible products is going to change. We used to have the coefficient, which corresponded to the number of hours of interruption. For each hour, it was the ratio of the number of hours in a certain period to the number of hours of interruption, which coefficient could not be lower than 5% under the current tariff. According to NCTAR, the discount for interruptible products is going to be reimbursed to you after the end of the period, and it can correspond to the 3 times of the rate for the daily contract. This is how it has been agreed with the regulator, so we are going to get a compensation rather than discount for the interruption, which will correspond to 3 times a charge for the daily contract. So you can see that not much has changed comparing to the current tariff. There is a new provision being introduced, the regulatory account, and we are going to settle based on that account with the regulator in the coming years, which will also affect the level of the tariffs in the subsequent years. We hope that the implementation of the code by the May 31st is going to be successful, and we will publish the applicable rates, maybe not exactly 30 days before the yearly auctions, because the 1st of June falls on Saturday this year, so the regulator may not make it to publish the rates, but I can certainly confirm that there are no major changes in the transmission tariff for the year 2020. If there are any questions, please feel free.
Dziękuję Państwu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I move forward to the major developments for the next quarter, which will be the last quarter of the current gas year, I would like to thank all the speakers, the representatives of Gaz-System and our visiting guests who told us more and explained to us about the projects, the systems. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. We are ahead of time still. I understand that there were no questions because we were clear and precise messaging to you. I hope we'll have some more time for sharing views and exchanging opinions during the lunch break. The lunch break will follow soon. The feedback questionnaires, we are going to draw 3 gifts that we are then going to deliver by traditional mail. But before the draw, before the shuffle, some topics about the future of course, the holiday season involved, but the next quarter is not only about holidays. There are some deadlines involved, some issues to be met. Let me start from our code, 18th June, June the 18th, we start the backup sales mechanism, the backup supply mechanism for market. What does it mean for the market players? You need to indicate the backup supplier in your sales contracts and deliver all important information and powers of attorney or proxies. Also, from May the 1st, we have in place the mechanism that prevents the differences between operational allocations and the billing, actually. And the billing allocations for May will be subject to the metric analysis mechanisms against operational allocations. Another topic is the client satisfaction survey. Every year we carry it out. We'll start the procedure in June this year. We want to work on this questionnaire, on this satisfaction questionnaire from June to September. After some formal issues that we need to arrange, we'll get in touch with you electronically, hoping for your reactions, your responses, and we'll run the questionnaires over the holiday seasons in order to be ready with the outcomes and results for autumn. We'll share the outcomes of the satisfaction survey, and we'll try to follow your suggestions. This survey is going to be divided into two basic parts. So first part connected with the quality of service, communication, and products. But there is also another part, those of you who use our GSA platform, we want to know your opinion on the product. We want to upgrade it as much as possible. The auction calendar, in line with the NCCAM, the yearly product auction starts on the July the 1st, and interruptible yearly product auction starts on July the 15th. All the information necessary is available via our website and platform. Capacity allocation procedure, the window for submitting requests, June 25th, July 15. Then the procedure of studying the capacity demands under the incremental procedure 2019-2021. We are going to proceed, however, we face certain issues. I mean, the uncoordinated, unharmonized decision of the Polish and the German regulators. Sorry. So we will need to define the procedure yet. A very important date for us, it's a decision of the ACER agency for booking capacities at our western border, Poland, Germany. Due to procedural reasons, this solution has not been implemented yet, the platform not chosen yet. That is why we cannot offer the bundled product auction at the western border, and we cannot offer the options under the incremental procedure there. Another invitation, as the transmission system operator, we see that there is a lot of interest in new connections that related to the fact that the heating sector, the electricity sector, specifically heating sector, is interested in getting connected to the gas network. So to you or all potential clients who are considering the gas fuel, we would like to suggest a dedicated conference for all such entities. During that conference, we want to focus specifically on the connection process, what it looks like from the formal perspective, from the investment perspective, what are the execution times, so that you or other clients can make the full potential of the natural gas as a fuel. And yet another gas system forum. It's a gas forum and like a New Year's Eve forum on the last days of the gas year, you may say. So we are finalizing the gas year 2018-2019 and the gas system forum on September 31st. How are we going to draw now? How can we draw? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to draw 3 questionnaires. If they are signed, we have the winners. If they are not signed, we will continue with drawing. Those of you who are drawn, please approach our information desk because we will collect your address to deliver the gift by traditional mail. CPRD in place, but still. Iweta Opolska, PKN Orlen. Izabela Adamowska, PGNiG OD. And Kinga Nowak, Elgas Energy as the 3rd winner. Congratulations, ladies. And an round of applause to all the speakers today. Ladies and gentlemen, and now a lunch break in the foyer. Thank you.